So welcome into the hot shop. Today we have our museum, a glass team working on the hot shop floor. So these guys are making some store items. Later on, I heard that we'll be making some pitchers for the store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, but we are starting with a small cup. Now, the thing about this cup is we've added all of these extra details to kind of the rim and the base of the cup in the form of stripes. And for some of these stripes, they used kind of a textured wheel to go around the entire side of the piece. Some of these, they simply wrapped a bit of glass all the way around the piece. And I think that they're just having a little bit of fun with this piece specifically. Oh, and these are a bunch of pieces that they worked on the other day, by the way. I think it was really just a couple of days ago. And we've already finished this cup, so we knocked it off onto a wooden paddle. And we torched the bottom lightly to get rid of sharp ends that might remain, and then this goes inside of the annealer. So this is the annealer we're using today over on the right side of the hot shop. We'll continue to just load it up over and over again and then press a button to slowly cool everything down. And have you guys ever been in a hot shop before? Oh, you have? Okay, cool. Nice. Well, you'll see us go through kind of a similar process again, but this is the glass furnace, these large tanks with the closed doors. So whenever you see us going inside of these, like Ben is about to do, this is us getting new glass on the end of our pipe. This is how we start all of our projects. Yeah, these pieces of glass are super thin, so they work with the glass very quickly to be able to continue to have that heat and be able to blow it out. And because of that, things like these cups and goblets, they can be as short as maybe 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the complexity of them. But they have to go back and forth between the furnace quite frequently. And to flatten the bottom of the piece, of course, we're going in with this wooden paddle pushed on the bottom of the piece. At the same time, we were keeping the jacks, so it's two metal blades on the side of the piece, and this is really pushing that glass into a nice crisp corner. And from here, if we were making something like a goblet, we would start to build a few more pieces onto the end. We would create something called the avolio, which is this little connection point between the stem and the bowl of the goblet. If we're making a cup, then we'll just attach a pipe to the center of the bottom, what we have right here. And this is exactly how they got that texture that I was trying to describe earlier. They're wrapping a fresh, clear bit of glass around the side of the piece, and they're going over it with a textured wheel. Yeah, exactly. For those that just joined, we're making some of the pieces that you're seeing on the front pedestal right here. We're specifically making a couple of these cups. We just finished one before you guys came in. So we've just brought over one more bit of clear. We're doing that same process where we are using the textured wheel again. And we cut the glass before you even start creating that textured line to create an even thinner, fine line of glass. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, we're continuing to work on these various cups, kind of like what you see on the front pedestal right here. Oh, it looks like the bottom of the cup popped off. So we'll have to restart that project. But these are really quick. The last one we made only took about 10 minutes or so. And by the way, today we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team in here, so these guys are working for the museum, and we might see some store items later today. They were telling me that we'll see some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. Also, I do have closed captioning up on the screen. It gets a little bit loud in here with the torches, and it's kind of echoey. So this glass that we use in the hot shop is a soda lime glass. So it has a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, mostly silica sand, of course. But yeah, that is another type of glass that is used to create glass art, not in this hot shop, but someone was asking about borosilicate. It's a scientific glass that you use for beakers and things like Pyrex containers, for example. It's a very strong scientific glass. And I've seen people use it to create flowers and implosions of jewelry and pipes, just basically anything you can imagine. So this is the start to our next cup. We first lengthen the shape of the bubble by pulling on the end of the bubble. And this happens really briefly, but whenever we're expanding the glass, we're quite literally blowing into the end of the pipe. You can see Trent doing that over there. And we're going in and squeezing a jack line into the glass. That's this divot near the pipe. And this is really helpful. This is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. So keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, once again those two metal blades, we're able to kind of guide which way we want the bubble to blow out. So in this case, we really want these kind of straight parallel walls. And now we focused most of the heat just on the very bottom of the bubble. So when we go in with the wooden paddle, push it into the bottom. This of course flattens the bottom of the piece. And for those who are just joining in, we're working on making a cup at the moment. These people who are on the hot shop floor, they're working for the Museum of Glass. And we will eventually be working on some store items as well, such as some juicer water pitchers. And you can see some examples of the finished cups on the front pedestal closer to the right side of the hot shop. Kind of just gives you an idea of what this finished product will look like. And to create these detailed lines across the glass, which you can see just near the rim and the base of the glass, we'll come in with these single little bits of molten clear glass, and we'll attach it to the side of the piece and then just rotate the piece itself. And if you're wondering what's happening at the center bench, this piece of glass is pretty thin, so we have to keep going back and forth from the furnace to the bench, making sure we're not getting it too hot, but also not letting it cool down too much that it cracks and breaks. It's just a little bit of a balance. So we've just brought over that bit of clear. Looks like we're going to attach this to the base of our glass first. And this little roller that's being kind of used over top of that fresh molten glass, this is just applying a texture as we go around the piece. Oh, looks like we're using some gold leaf today, or silver leaf. So inside of this box, this little black box over there, we have some sheets of gold or silver leaf laid out. We just want to make sure that they don't blow away with the good ventilation that we have in here. So this box has a light amount of air suction pulling the leaf down. And next we just brought over the punny. The punty is basically just another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end that we attach to the bottom of our piece. And this is to flip the orientation of the piece or just get access to the other side. So now we can start working on the top half of our cup. Now we'll be adding some stripes to the top of the glass as well, just like the ones you see on the front pedestal. And these are added before we even fully open the cup up. Now this is a really quick move that Ben has just done here. He's just trimmed a little bit of excess glass off just around the opening of the piece. When he was going in with the tweezers and pinching at the opening, this is more so to stretch that area of the glass out than anything else. And then he just trimmed that excess off. And to lightly open it, it's going inside the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades. And then we immediately move on to creating those upper stripes. And next we briefly go in and use the Soffietta. The Soffietta, that cone-shaped tool, the cone is meant to block off the opening of the piece. And then that mouthpiece, of course, allows us to blow some more air into the piece, reinflating kind of the shoulder area. And we open the piece a little bit further using the jacks again. You can only do so much work at a time because this glass is cooling so quickly, just because of how thin it is. So at this point, we are ready to break the piece off the pipe. We're applying just a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe, right in that connection. And then we tap the pipe, and the piece pops right off. And we're torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain, and this piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that glass. Thank you. Right, so if you haven't seen this box already, this is the annealer. It stays at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will continue to load pieces in it throughout the day before just pressing a button and everything slowly cools down. And that cycle takes about 12 hours, so we're not going to see those pieces again until tomorrow. Yeah, the thicker the glass, the longer it takes, so that's kind of on the shorter end. It does sound like quite a while. So I just heard we're going to be making one more of those glasses, and then we'll move on to making some pitchers for the store. Once again, a pineapple pitcher. And this is using a very specific mold called the pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes. And interestingly enough, this mold was used to create our annual ornaments this year as well. So those kind of diamond or square shapes across the entire ornament, that's coming from that mold. And the person who made those ornaments is right here with us, Trenton Kyocho in the front. He made about 500 of those ornaments. It's really impressive. So rolling the glass on the marver, of course, shapes the glass overall, but sometimes we'll also use it to cool certain areas of the glass. When we touch the glass of the table's pulling that heat out, making the glass more solid, and it's harder to blow the bubble out in that direction. So we can kind of control the thickness in certain areas of the glass. And this is when we start blowing this bubble out. First, the bubble is lengthened by pulling on the end of it. So we always, or almost always, work on the lower half of our blown piece first, and then we eventually flip the orientation and work on the upper half. So we're working on the bottom of our glass furthest from the pipe right now, and pretty soon here we will flatten the bottom of the piece. So we're focusing a lot of heat just on the bottom of the glass at the moment. And to flatten the bottom, we used a wooden paddle, keeping those jacks on the side of the glass, the jacks being those two metal blades, of course. And this is when we would add the details such as those stripes on the lower half of the glass. It's a little bit difficult to add them too much later on. And to create these stripes on the lower half of the glass, so far they've been using this wheel that applies a texture as they go along. Yeah, exactly. It's all these little ridges, basically, that are being applied to the glass. And you can see it if you look closely at these glasses in the front. And for these stripes, we are using a little bit of gold leaf, which is sitting inside of this black box in the front. So Trent has just brought over a fresh bit of clear with a little bit of that gold leaf wrapped around the outside. So this is the only color in the entire cup that we'll see. And you can see that textured wheel they just used as well. All right, so we don't technically have a visiting artist today. These guys are working for the Museum of Glass, but they are all very professional artists on their own. So I've decided I'd like to highlight their work throughout the day, just kind of one at a time. And the person I'll focus on first, since he's already sitting at the bench, is Ben Cobb. He's the one who is actually the hot shop manager here at the Museum of Glass. And he's a very professional artist. He has about 30 years of experience blowing glass, I believe. And I have a slideshow with some of his work that I can show off and just give you a taste of what he creates as his own work that he sells and puts in galleries. So could I have Ben's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is going to be in a slideshow form. It's just going to show you some of his previous works that he's made. And I've been lucky enough to see him make his work at least a couple of times in this hot shop. More frequently, he is helping visiting artists that come through make their own work, but this is some similar work that I've seen him make that you're seeing on the screen now with these windows. Yeah, these windows are kind of a Ben Cobb staple. These are pretty popular in his works. And while we've been watching that slideshow, they've been getting another pipe ready to attach to the bottom of our piece at the center bench. They've just brought that pipe over and are attaching this to the center of the bottom of the piece. And as I mentioned earlier, this is to kind of flip the orientation of the piece. So we've just broken the piece off of its original pipe, giving us access to the other side. And yeah, once again, for those who just joined in, we're seeing a couple of, well, I should say all of our glass blowers making a cup at this moment. They work here for the Museum of Glass, and they're working on some cups that are pretty similar to what you see on the front pedestal right here. In that slideshow you were seeing, that was a slideshow of Ben Cobb's artwork. He's the one who's working at the center bench. I'm just going to go throughout the day and show off some of their works every now and then. And after this cup, I've heard that we will see them make some pictures for the Museum of Glass store as well. These are really popular selling items, and so it's also a popular made item in the hot shop. So at the center bench, we've heated up basically just the front half of the piece. Ben quickly went in with a pair of tweezers and pulled more than he was pinching, stretching that glass out, and then trimmed all of that glass off with a pair of shears. And we've just brought over another bit of clear. This is creating these stripes for the upper portion of our glass, just kind of near the rim. And to start opening this piece up, we first go in with a Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. And I know a lot of the new people haven't had a chance to see that tool yet, but the cone blocks off the opening to the piece, and it has a mouthpiece on the opposite end, and we use it to re-inflate the glass, even after it's been removed from that hollow pipe that it was on previously. And now we start to open the piece using the jacks, these two metal blades, kind of pushing from the inside. And now we get ready to break this piece off the pipe and put it away. And this usually includes torching the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until we see a little bit of movement in that connection. And right now Ben has dipped his tweezers in water and is applying this just to the very end of the pipe before tapping the pipe. And that pops the piece cleanly off. We torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and that piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing another cup. Thank you, everyone. And once again, this box right here, I know some of you guys haven't seen it yet. This is the annealer. It's sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll continue to load things into it throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we press a button. It's programmed to slowly cool to prevent thermal shock. And this cooling takes about 12 hours, so we won't see this piece again until tomorrow. So next, I believe we will be working on those pineapple pitchers. And these are store items specifically, so you will eventually see these on the shelves in our Museum of Glass store. And these pineapple pitchers, of course, they use color. So you're going to see how we apply color to glass pretty soon. And this is something you haven't seen yet today. We've just been working with clear glass so far. And while we're waiting to see this next project get started, I'll continue to highlight our artist's work. I think I'll focus next on Sayuri. She's the one who's in the back next to the furnace walking around. You know her. You know who she is. She was actually just in here last night for our fireside event. It was kind of a holiday night. And she was making a couple of pieces and guiding those around her and helping her make these pieces, one of which was drawn on the floor right here. And her work is pretty impressive. She's had work displayed at least that I've seen at the Bainbridge Island Museum of Art, and I'm sure other places as well. And yeah, she comes here to the museum to help out in the hot shop pretty frequently. So could we have her work up on the screen, please? Yeah, no worries. In the meantime, I'll just focus on the hot shop floor. Oh, there we go. Up on the screen, we have that slideshow going now. Yeah, I know. There's so many different things that I am pulling up throughout the day. But yeah, this is another one of our artists' work. Once again, Sayuri. All right, so focusing back over on the left bench, Trent is sitting down with a clear bubble of glass, just letting it cool a little bit, and Sayuri has just heated up a molten bit of color. And I'm not going to be able to tell what color this is until it starts to cool down once they blow it out a little bit. When the color glass is completely molten in the hot shop, it always looks this bright orange, but this is explained pretty easily when comparing to lava. The glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. So we just dropped that molten bit of color down, and we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up that clear bubble. And this creates an even layer of color across the entire piece. So this knowledge can now be applied to basically anything with a solid color that you see throughout the galleries. Yeah, to push this color back, we're rolling it on the marver, which a lot of you guys remember. We've been using these marvers throughout the hot shop, these large metal tables. So the molten glass is sitting inside of our glass furnaces, of course, which are the tanks with the closed doors for those who haven't seen those yet. And these sit just at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So the molten glass is kind of the texture of honey, and it stays at that consistent temperature 24/7. So that glass is always ready to use, and it's always melted in the same temperature all the way through. Meanwhile, these open face furnaces, these are used to kind of reheat the glass, of course. So there's nothing physically inside of them. It's just natural gas being constantly pumped in. And those stay up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. They don't really go higher than that. So we're getting a little bit more clear glass over top of that color. And right after getting a new layer of clear, you'll always see us using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass. And this bubble will probably be inflated just a little bit, but overall we want to shape it into this long tapered shape to fit inside of a mold. And this mold you can kind of just barely see on the screen. It's to the left of Trent's feet. It's called a pineapple mold, and it has all these inward-facing spikes. And this is going to be a texture that's kind of imprinted in the glass when we go ahead and put that glass in there. It'll create all these divots across the surface of the piece. And then we'll gather another layer of clear over top of those divots, and this traps little air bubbles throughout the piece. So you'll see all that play out in front of you, but once again, this is called a pineapple mold, and these are specifically pineapple pitchers. Yeah, it looks like Trent has just attached a sort of hose to the end of his pipe. And just to mention, this allows you to blow glass by yourself a little bit easier. So he's able to blow for himself by blowing through that hose. Usually you'd have to have an assistant on the end of the pipe for you. And it looks like we're going right into that mold. So that bubble is stuffed into the mold. Trent gives it a little puff of air while it's inside of there, just pushing the glass further into those spikes. And speaking of which, this mold is just really difficult to use. You have to be pretty professional to know how to use it because it has all those inward-facing spikes. If you use it improperly, the glass will get stuck inside of the mold, and you have to break it out of the mold once it cools down. There's just no other way to get it out. It's not like there's hinges or anything on this mold. So it's just getting the right heat and the right shape. So now we let this sit and cool down. It's really important to let this previous layer of glass cool before gathering our next layer of clear. Otherwise, the entire thing is hot all the way through, and you start to change the shape of the bubble with everything moving around. And we've set up this torch at the center bench, and this is a good time to point out my closed captioning because these torches get super loud. But we use them for spot heating. We'll just heat up a section of glass at a time using those torches. So we've just gathered our final layer of clear. And we dripped a little bit of it into a bucket. This is specifically clear glass only in this bucket, so we end up reusing all this glass. And now we've moved over to the center bench, and this means that we have all of the glass, all of the color, all the patterning that we need, and we're ready to blow it out and turn it into our pitcher. And at the center bench, we're continuing to block this piece of glass. Once again, that block is the wooden spoon-shaped tool that we have been using. This is mostly just to make sure the bubble blows out evenly. Hey, could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So this pad that Ben is starting to use, this is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with water. I know it sounds like odd material to use, but it's pretty easy to use, and it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. Surprisingly, you can't really feel any heat through it at all. And this is when we start using that torch. We're heating up kind of the shoulder of the piece near where the glass is connected to the pipe. And all of that heating was in preparation for creating the jack line. The jack line is this divot that we'll create near the pipe to break the piece off of the pipe later on. And we'll create this divot before we even finish off the shape of our piece overall. So to stretch the glass out, sometimes we'll just hang it down towards the floor and use gravity to pull it down and lengthen the piece. But sometimes to speed up the process, you'll see them do swinging or even a 360 spin like Ben did right there. And this is creating centrifugal force, basically an outward pulling force. It stretches the glass out a little bit faster. And next we flatten the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle. Pretty much just finishing off the lower half of the piece. Now you can see we have a lot of heat focused on the bottom of our piece, and the glass has started to cool near where it's connected to the pipe, so we can start to see that color a little bit better now. So we're mostly just letting the bottom of the piece cool down a little bit at the center bench, and then we'll eventually come over with another pipe and a little bit of clear glass as an attachment point and attach this to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this lets us break this piece off of the pipe that it was originally created on, so the one it's on right now, of course. So Trent is coming over with that second pipe. And once that connection is secure, they'll break the piece off from its original pipe with a little bit of water. And this water is enough to cause thermal shock, these little cracks in the glass. Then all we have to do is tap the pipe to pop it off. So now we have access to the top side of our pitcher. We can open it up a little bit and we can start making things like the handle and the spout. These go by pretty quickly. They are well practiced in making these pieces. So we focused most of our heat just on the very front of the piece. And just like all of our previous blown pieces, we're trimming some of that excess glass off. I know, it's super satisfying. Glass cutting and glass pouring and glass pulling, those three are super satisfying. Feels similar to working with candy. I think that's why people think it looks delicious sometimes. Yeah, exactly. And right away, Ben opens up the inside of the piece using the jacks. And this is our overall shape for the pitcher. We're probably not going to change the shape very much from here. They're just going to keep it warm as they get the handle ready for the side of the piece. And then the very last step is making the spout, just opposite of the handle. So to create the handle, they're going to be blowing a single bubble of clear glass over on that left bench. So this handle is hollow. And this makes the piece a little bit lighter overall and just better balanced and also just visually attractive. So we've just brought that clear bubble over. We'll attach this to the lower half of the pitcher first before stretching the handle out. Then they'll go through the process of kind of twisting and attaching this handle on the upper half of our pitcher. And this second connection, I'm sure you could tell, is much colder, so we'll usually go in and apply a little extra heat, just making sure that connection doesn't pop off. Also, this is just a little piece of copper tubing that we're running along the inside of the handle to reshape it. And the copper tubing is helpful because it allows the glass to maintain its heat. Copper's a pretty good conductor of heat. And now we'll focus on making the spout. This is, of course, going to be created on the opposite side of the handle. So we'll just heat up a very small section of the lip using this small handheld torch. You could tell how hot this torch is, though. It's like a little lightsaber. And it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we push that lip from the inside of our pitcher. And that finishes the piece off. And now we get ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. Whenever we're creating store items, we always try to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. So when we pop this off, we're going to place it upside down on that wooden paddle, torch the bottom. And next we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe, breaking this connection. And it looks like that was a clean break, so we get ready to stamp it and then put it away in our annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that pitcher. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so we're going to continue to make these pineapple pitchers throughout the day. These are store items, and the people who are on the floor today, they're working for the Museum of Glass. Yeah, these are really kind of bestsellers, so we do create them pretty frequently, but they're really satisfying to watch. And I do have one more person's artwork who I'd like to highlight. I've been trying to highlight each of our artists' artwork throughout the day today. The person who I haven't highlighted yet is Trenton Kyocho. He's the one who's standing in front of the silver box over there. And he's the one who made our annual ornaments in the Museum of Glass store. We have about 500, well, we had 500. I'm not sure how many we have anymore. It's an impressive amount. And he was also on the Netflix show Blown Away, so if he looks familiar to you all, that might be why. I know, yeah. It was season 3 that he was on. So if you enjoy watching this process, I do recommend that show. And we also live stream here in the hot shop, so feel free to tune in at any time. So could we have Trent's artwork up on the screen, please? And we'll just give it a minute. Oh, there we go. That was pretty quick. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going with Trent's artwork. Yeah, each of our artists here, they frequently will help visiting artists that come through. They will make store items, but they also do create their own individual work. So I've been trying to showcase that a little bit today. Yeah, so now we'll see the process of creating these pineapple pictures from the very beginning. And this is all going to start with getting the color on the glass in the first place. This is our very first step. And this will be happening over on the left bench. We'll frequently start our projects on the side benches, and then once we have all of the color and all of the mass that we need, we move over to the center bench and fully blow our piece out. So up on the screen, we can see our coloring process. What we've done is we've taken a solid piece of colored glass, which we get shipped in a bar form or a bar shape, and we'll melt it down, drop it on top of a clear bubble, and then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up that clear. So this creates an even layer of color across the entire piece. This is what we did for the snowman heads and their little top hats, by the way. So just creating that really smooth layer of color. Versus another way of coloring, which is frit, creates these shards of color or kind of spots of color across the piece, kind of like this cup here. So now that we have our layer of color, we're going to sit and let this cool down a little bit and then eventually gather our next layer of clear once it's cooled down. Yeah, and just to mention once again, the pieces that we're working on in the hot shop today, these are store items that we're working on. So they will eventually be on the Museum of Glass's shelves. And these are specifically going to be pineapple pitchers. So we have created a bubble of colored glass and we've shaped it into this long tapered shape. This is really important because we're going to be stuffing it into a pineapple mold, which has all these inward facing spikes. We have to kind of contour to the shape of that mold before we go inside of it. And this mold is on the floor to the left of Trent's feet over on that left bench. And we've blown this bubble enough to stuff it inside of that mold now. Give it a little puff of air, and this pushes the glass into those spikes that are inside of the mold. So this has given us all of these individual little divots across the surface of the glass. And what we do is we'll gather over this one more time, a fresh layer of clear, and this traps a bunch of air bubbles inside of those little divots that we've formed using that mold. So we've just gathered over top of that glass one more time. And once again, this has trapped a bunch of air bubbles in those individual pockets. These will become even more obvious as we continue to blow out the piece of glass. This is a pipe cooler that we're using, by the way, just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. And now we move over to the center bench where we can start to fully blow this out and turn it into our pitcher. And next, Ben has started to use this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. This can help him kind of guide which way the bubble blows out. The blowing, I know it happens pretty briefly, but whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them inflating that piece of glass like a balloon. And just to point out my closed captioning real quick before they continue, because these torches are pretty loud. These torches they use, they are about the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torches are going to heat up just a section of the glass at a time, so we can focus heat to one area. And we've been focusing a little bit of heat near the pipe. This is to create the jack line, which we're doing right now. The jack line is a divot where we break the piece off of the glass, off of the pipe later on. Yeah, now we continue to create this shape. We still have a little bit of blowing to do. And to flatten the bottom of the piece, we're pushing on the bottom with a wooden paddle while keeping the jacks on the side of the piece. Really just kind of pushing this glass into a nice crisp corner. And we just brought over a second pipe, attached this to the center of the bottom of our piece. And to break the piece off of its original pipe, we go in with a little bit of water, crack that connection, and then tap the pipe, and that pops right off. So now we will be able to go in and start to open this pitcher up and kind of work on the top half of the pitcher. And eventually we'll see them create the handle for the pitcher and the spout, of course. At the center bench, we focused a lot of heat just around the opening of the piece, enough so that we were able to pinch and pull the opening outward and trim off a little bit of excess glass. That area that the piece is connected to, that previous pipe, tends to be a little bit thick from squeezing the glass down with those jacks. So we always have to thin that area out. But now we can open it up just like normal. And we'll start preparing that handle at the same time. The handle is going to be a single clear bubble of glass. So the piece popped off on the floor. Technically, it's not broken yet, but they don't want to try to salvage it because it's picking up wax and a bunch of debris off the floor. And now we get to see what happens when we don't anneal glass. And the annealing process, once again, that's when we cool the glass super slowly. So you'll see over time, this piece will just start to crack and break apart. Yeah, it must have been a little bit of a cold connection between the pipe and the piece. Well, we've had some new people join here and there, so I just want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on and who we have here. So we're continuing to make some store items throughout the day today. These are specifically pineapple pitchers that we're working on. And the thing about these pitchers is they have these little air bubbles throughout the entire piece, and that's from the pineapple mold, which I'll point out when we use it. But we're getting started over on that left bench. We'll start with applying some color to our glass. And the people who we have on the floor here, they're working for the Museum of Glass. I've been cycling through and kind of showing off their work throughout the day. And the next person's work who I'm going to show off is Ben's. He's the one who's been sitting and working for the most part at the center bench. So could we have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? Yeah, we have a little bit of time, so be nice to show off some of their work. So that's up on the screen now in the form of a slideshow. And we do start our projects on the side benches, by the way, but we do eventually move over to the center bench where we fully blow it out and turn it into our picture. Right, so over on that left bench, we're just about to see that coloring process. Trent is sitting down with a small cold bubble of clear glass. And they've just heated up a large amount of a transparent color. And we drop this directly on top of that bubble before rolling and pushing that color back to cover up that clear. So this creates an even layer of color across the entire piece, kind of like the white on the snowman heads down in the front right here. Same process for both of those pieces. So at this point, we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that color. And this is, of course, mostly just to build up some mass for the piece. And we want this bubble to have a long, sort of tapered shape. And this is going to allow it to fit inside of the pineapple mold pretty easily. We want to try to contour it to that shape before we go in the mold. And it looks like right there Trent was just testing the size of the bubble inside of the mold. And after heating this bubble up, we stuff it inside of the mold. And once again, the pineapple mold has all of these inward-facing spikes. So you have to be really careful when going inside of there, and they have to know what they're doing to make sure that they don't get the glass stuck inside of the mold. The only way to get it out at that point is to wait for it to cool and then break the glass apart while it's inside of the mold. It's such a pain. But now we have all of these little divots across the surface of our glass. And we're going to let this cool down and then gather another layer of clear over top of these divots to trap air bubbles inside of our piece. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we are working on some store items for the Museum of Glass store, of course. The people who are down on the floor, they are working for the Museum of Glass, making these store items. These are pineapple pitchers that we're making right now, like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher. And they're called pineapple pitchers because we use a pineapple mold to get all these little air bubbles throughout the piece, which you'll see pretty soon once we start blowing this piece of glass out at the center bench. And as we start to blow this piece out, Ben is using this pad continuously. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked, splashed with water. And next we'll be creating the jack line, which is a divot that we create in the glass near the pipe so that we can break the piece off of the pipe later on. So we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades. And now we can finish the shaping process. We're working on the lower half of the pitcher first, of course, which is the area that's furthest from the pipe. So you can see where we focused a lot of that heat, which is just at the very bottom of our piece. And this lets us flatten the bottom completely using this wooden paddle. We're keeping those blades on the side of the piece to really push that glass into a crisp corner. So with this piece of glass at the center bench, we're just working on keeping it warm enough that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. But we're trying to let the bottom of it cool down because we have to attach another pipe to the bottom of it in just a moment. So we've just brought that second pipe over. Once again, this just has a little bit of clear as an attachment. And to break the piece off of its original pipe, we'll just apply a little bit of water to that connection point and then tap the pipe. And that pops the piece right off. So now we've flipped the orientation of the piece. We have access to the top side of our pitcher, and we can start to open it up and flare it out a little bit. And now we focused all the heat on just the front of the piece. We're going in with a pair of tweezers. We're pulling more than we are pinching right here. We're just trying to stretch out the top of the piece and thin that area out. And then we trim off all of that excess thickness that we had. Now from here, we'll be able to fully open this piece up. And pretty soon, while they're working on finishing the overall shape of the pitcher at the center bench, they'll start making the handle for the pitcher as well over on one of the side benches. So now they'll just keep this piece of glass warm at the center bench while they make that handle for the side of the pitcher. So we keep the glass furnaces on 24/7, and those are the furnaces with the closed doors specifically, because we have to keep that molten glass mixture completely heated through at any point in time. But we do turn off the reheating furnaces. Yeah, and they don't take too long to heat up either. We only come in maybe an hour or so before we get started and flick them on. And we've just brought over a small clear bubble of glass. This is attached to the lower half of our pitcher first, then stretched upward to create the shape of our handle. And this second connection that was made is a little bit colder, so we will use this smaller handheld torch just make sure that connection is secure before we move on. And yeah, for those who have just joined in, I'm sure you can already see it coming together, but we are making some pitchers in the hot shop today, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, and these are for the Museum of Glass store. So eventually they will be on the shelves for you guys to see up close. And now our final step is creating the spout for the pitcher on the opposite side of that handle. So we're just heating up a small section of the lip using that same torch. And then we go from the inside of the piece and push that section of the lip outward, creating our spout. And to break this piece off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water to that connection point, and then all we have to do is tap the pipe. And this is a piece that we'll torch on the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this for as many store items as we can. And then we just put this away inside of one of our annealers. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. All right, thank you. So this has gone inside of the annealer, that large black box over there. This sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we continue to load it throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we press a button, and it's programmed to slowly cool down. And this happens for about 12 hours. We want to prevent thermal shock, so we bring it down very slowly. And yeah, we're just going to continue to work on these pineapple pictures. I've been highlighting our different artists' work throughout the day today, and I'm going to continue to. These guys are working for the Museum of Glass today, making these store items, but they also do create their own individual work, and these slideshows show off their individual work. So let's see here. I think I'll focus next on Sayuri. She's the one over on the left bench at this moment. And she was just in here last night working at the center bench and making some items of her own. And yeah, we have a slideshow of some of her previous works. So if I could have that up on the screen, please. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a moment. So the pictures that we're making today, yes, they are store items, so they're going into the Museum of Glass store. The things on the front pedestal, I'm not sure about. They made those mostly for fun, I think. I know, they look incredible. They're really intricate pieces of glass. They only take like 15 to 30 minutes maybe, but they're so difficult to make. You have to be very experienced. Yeah, could I have Sayuri's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is the slideshow that I wanted to show off earlier. Yeah, once again, I'm just kind of cycling through, showing off our different artists' artwork. So up on the screen, we have a view of our left bench, and we've just created a small clear bubble of glass, and we're heating up, completely melting down a solid bit of colored glass. This is eventually going to be dropped onto that clear bubble. It'll create an even layer of color across the entire piece. So this small metal table, this is the marver, and we were rolling the glass on the marver to just push and kind of roll it back, cover up that clear, and we have successfully done that. So pretty soon we will gather our next layer of clear over top of this color just to start building up some mass for the piece. So if anyone's local and if you know anyone who's young enough to partake in this program, there's a program called Hilltop Artists. And I started in that when I was 15. It's a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And it's here in Tacoma. There's tons of different ways to do it. There's after school clubs, there's in-class electives, there's summer programs, and those summer programs are definitely pretty accessible. And everything is free too. Yeah. In the hot shops, there's one in the back of a middle school, one in the back of a high school. Silas High School and Hilltop Heritage Middle School. But if you're beyond high school age, it's a little bit harder to get into it. There's a glass school that I recommend to people, which is called Pilchuck, 2 hours north of us. It's very professional. So it's if you're serious about wanting to learn about glass, then go to Pilchuck. Then there's also all sorts of different studios around here that teach classes as well. And there's just tons of glass blowing in the area. And for those who just joined in, today once again we have a few artists on the floor who are working for the Museum of Glass, and we're making some store items today. So these are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. You'll be able to see them up close on those shelves. And these are pineapple pitchers that we're working on. These are really good sellers in the store, so we will frequently make them in the hot shop. And the reason that they're called pineapple pitchers is because we use a pineapple mold to get these air bubbles throughout the piece of glass. So you'll see all of that happening over on the left bench for right now. Eventually we will move over to the center bench where we start to blow the piece of glass out and turn it into the pitcher. Yeah, up on the screen we have a pretty good view of that left bench. Trent has already gone through the process of blowing a bubble and shaping it into this long tapered shape to kind of contour to the inside of this mold. And after stuffing it inside of that mold, we now have all of these small divots across the entire surface of the glass. And this is because the mold has all these inward facing spikes, once again. And we'll let this cool down before gathering one more layer of clear over top, and this is going to trap air inside of those divots that we just created. So that's the idea behind using this pineapple pitcher mold, or pineapple mold in general, I guess. Now speaking of this pineapple mold, this is the same mold that was used for our annual ornament this year. And the person who created all of our annual ornaments is Trenton Kyocho, and he's the one who's sitting and working over on that left bench right now. It's pretty cool that he's here. He made about 500 of those ornaments, and I'm not sure how many are left. I know that they've been disappearing pretty quick. So we have just gathered one more layer of clear. And just to reiterate, once again, this is covered up all those small divots that we created in the glass, producing a bunch of air bubbles. These will become more obvious as we start blowing the piece of glass out more. But right after gathering a layer of clear, we always sit down and use a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth all of this glass out and to help that bubble blow out evenly. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we're making a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And we used a special mold to get these little air bubbles throughout the entire piece of glass. So these are pineapple pitchers. We used a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles. And yeah, we're just starting to blow this out. You'll see the shape taking place very soon. So this is when we start blowing this glass out. And to kind of control which way this blows out, Ben is using this pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. We'll use this pad pretty frequently. I know it sounds like an odd tool, but it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. Now we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades. We're squeezing down near the pipe, creating our jack line. This is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. We always need kind of a breaking point. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. Today we have a few of the Hot Shop team members that we have working here at the Museum of Glass. They're working on some store items. So these are specifically pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And the reason that they're called pineapple pitchers is because we used a pineapple mold to get these little air bubbles in the glass. And you could see these pretty clearly on the screen, especially. But we are working on the lower half of the piece first. We're just flattening the bottom using a wooden paddle, keeping those jacks on the side of the piece. And just like that, we have created the shape for the lower half of the pitcher. So from here, we have to let this area of the glass cool down, this lower half. You can see it's still glowing from how much heat is inside of it. And then eventually we'll bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass at the end. And then we will attach this to the center of the bottom of the piece. And I think we should have a little bit of time right here. I've been showcasing these artists' individual artworks throughout the day today. They do frequently make store items and they help visiting artists that come through, but they do create their own individual work. And they are very talented professional artists, all three of them. So next, I want to show off Trent's work. I'm just kind of cycling through the three of them. And Trent and Kyocho, he's the one over on the left creating the punty, which is that second pipe with a little bit of clear glass at the end. He comes into the museum pretty frequently, making his own work and working special events, and right now he has been working here, kind of replacing another person in the hot shop. He was on season 3 of Blown Away, which is a Netflix show where they have competitive glass blowing, so if he has a familiar face, that is why. And once again, he's the one who created our annual ornaments as well, which are the purple ornaments, also using the pineapple mold to get those diamond or square shaped decorations around the entire piece. So check those out if you haven't already. And yeah, we've just brought that punty over to the center bench, attached it to the center at the bottom of our piece. And then we'll go through the process of breaking this piece off of its original pipe by applying a little bit of water to that connection point. And back at the center bench, we are going inside of the piece right here. We're not quite trying to open it up yet, but we are centering that pipe to the bottom of the piece a little bit better while that connection is still hot. And after focusing quite a bit of heat just at the front of the piece, we're trimming some excess glass off. This area where the piece was connected to that previous pipe tends to be pretty thick, so you'll see them do this with almost any blown piece they make. And to open this piece up, we're going on the inside of the piece with the jacks and just flaring it open. And sometimes this takes a couple of heats. This piece of glass is pretty thin, so it cools relatively quickly. And this is why we're going back and forth between the bench and the furnace so frequently. We do have to keep the piece of glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer to prevent thermal shock. I know that sounds hot, but the glass is basically solid at that point. And while we're keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench, we've gathered a little bit of clear glass on the end of another blowpipe. And we're going to blow a small clear bubble of glass and use it as our handle for the side of the pitcher. So the molten glass is sitting inside of a ceramic crucible in there at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's a texture of kind of thick honey in there. So to create our handle, we're attaching the bubble first to the lower half of our pitcher. We'll stretch it and cut it off, just creating the length of our handle. And then we'll twist it and attach it to the upper half of our pitcher. And this second connection we make is so much colder that we'll frequently go in and torch that connection, just making sure it's extra secure. And next we'll focus on making the spout, which of course is opposite of the handle. So we're heating up just a small section of the lip using this super hot focused flame, which, by the way, this little torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told, which is super hot compared to even the molten glass. And now to create our spout, we just push from the inside of the piece against that heated part of the lip. And at this point, we're ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we apply water just to that connection point. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe and that piece should pop cleanly off. And we'll torch the bottom to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this for all of our store pieces. And that piece is completely finished. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. So this has gone inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We load it up throughout the day, and then at the end of the day, we press a button and slowly cool everything all together. This cycle is usually about 12 hours. The thicker the glass, the longer it has to cool. But this one should be a normal cycle, so we'll see those pieces again in maybe tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, this is a really good time for questions if anyone has any so far. I'll check in soon and see if they are starting a new project. Okay, so we'll make a cup, a little bit different. Yeah, so I get questions about personal protective equipment pretty frequently. We do wear gloves very rarely when we need more grip on the pipe and our hands are slipping. For example, if the piece is massive, then it's just really hard to turn. But other than that, as long as we're not touching the glass itself or the hot end of a tool, we're perfectly safe when it comes to touching something hot. And that is why we don't wear gloves. It kind of just hinders our movement if it's not necessary. And yeah, these guys, they're really comfortable in hot shops, so frequently you'll see them like wearing shorts and t-shirts, almost like they're just on a little vacation. I know, it's really interesting. And yeah, we'll see them make a small cup next. They were making some cups that are pretty similar to these right in the front right here. So we can expect to see something similar to this pretty soon. Not usually. We always direct people towards the store when they ask. Oh, like the picture? The cost to make it? So colored glass is pretty expensive. We get it shipped in bar form. I wish I had an example for you guys, but it's maybe about as thick as my mic handle actually. But we get them shipped in. They can be about maybe this long, and we'll chop it up into sections and maybe used about that much color. But the entire kilogram of bar is usually $40 to $100. So it's pretty expensive to get colored glass. And then of course the clear glass mixture, it is cheaper because it's not using the same precious metals and minerals mixed into it to get the colors, but it's still just a limited resource, therefore expensive. And then there's the cost of the manpower going into these pieces. So the wages of 3 people's time for maybe 30 minutes or so. And so they do end up being a little bit expensive for sure. But I don't know the exact price off the top of my head, and I don't even know what these guys are paid. So the furnaces are super expensive. I know that this is a multi-million-dollar hot shop for sure. This is a huge hot shop. And when it comes to the glass furnaces, those are something that are replaced very infrequently. They try to use them up for as long as possible until the ceramic tank starts to erode away. I actually don't even have an estimate for those. I can't even imagine how expensive they are. Yeah, so Ben was estimating about 85K. Yeah, it's really hard to start a studio on your own when it comes to glass blowing, that's for sure. So frequently glass artists will pay to have time in a studio instead. Also, this cup process goes by pretty quickly, so I'll highlight this at the center bench. We have just started a clear bubble of glass. We blew it out just a little bit, and we lengthened the bubble by pulling on the end. This creates the height of our cup, of course. And next we go in with the jacks, and we create our jack line, which you might remember from earlier is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And these cups have all been made out of clear glass so far. Sometimes they'll use a little bit of gold leaf in them to give it just a little bit of color. And we have some gold leaf that was laid out in this box earlier. We were rolling some clear glass in that gold leaf. The only reason it's in that box is to kind of make sure it doesn't fly away. We have some pretty good ventilation down here to keep them cool. And next we're flattening the bottom of our cup using a wooden paddle. And just like that, we formed the lower half of our cup. Now with these cups in particular, they've been adding these little stripes or little lines, designs across the side of the piece. For these lower ones, the ones on the lower half of the cup, they will use a textured roller to push over top of that fresh molten glass. Oh, and it looks like we are using gold leaf, just like we were earlier. So it's not super obvious. The glass is still so hot that it's just glowing all the same color. But when we touch this down onto the side of the piece, we're going over top with that roller. This is producing a line that has all of these individual little ridges across the entire piece, all with a little hint of gold. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on making a cup at the center bench right now, but this cup has these really nice detailed designs on the side of it, which are these stripes of colored glass. And the only color that we're using in this piece is a literal gold or silver leaf that we're applying to the surface of the glass, and then we're using that bit of glass to create those stripes. So we've just created 3 textured stripes for the lower half of our cup, just like the cups on the front pedestal right here. So this is pretty much how that piece is going to turn out. And eventually we will bring over another pipe, attach it to the center of the bottom of our piece, and then we'll break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this just gives us access to the other side. So all of the glass on the floor can't be reused because it has a little bit of color, a little bit of clear in it, and not to mention it's fallen in a bunch of debris and burnt wax, picking up all that grossness. So that is all stuff that we have to throw away. But we do reuse the majority of our glass, which just tends to be clear. We have a lot of excess clear. And all we have to do with that is crush it up and throw it into the furnace again. So all of our furnaces, they run off of natural gas. The torches run off of propane and oxygen, which we won't be using any right at this moment, but eventually, later on in the day, we will. Oh, and our annealers, these boxes throughout the room, those have electric coils going around the sides of them. So we technically do have 3 different kind of energy sources in the hot shop. Also at the center bench, we've just pulled the glass outward a little bit with a pair of tweezers before trimming that glass off. This is just to thin out the area of the glass just around the opening. And before we fully open this piece up, this is when we'll start applying the upper stripes on the piece. So we've just come over with a fresh bit of clear. I'm sure you all have noticed, but we keep cutting the glass before we start applying it to our piece. And this is just to create a really, really fine point. It's like sharpening a pencil, basically. And we just briefly went in with the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. This re-inflates the glass just around the shoulder area. Sorry, repeat that? Insulated or insulating? Oh, like a double paned window? What about it? I think I've seen artists make something similar, but it is a little bit risky to create an entirely closed form with air inside of it. That creates something called a vacuum, and it can actually cause the piece of glass to implode on itself if you're not careful. So I haven't personally seen that, but I'm sure that people have attempted it or tried it. I do know that, for example, things like, what are they, hourglasses? Yeah, an hourglass. Those are completely closed forms. Those are made out of glass, but those are made out of a scientific glass called borosilicate. We're working with a soft glass in here that is a soda lime glass. So I'm not sure about these glasses in particular, but we're making some store items in general today, which we were making these glass pitchers, like a juice pitcher or water pitcher. So we do sell a lot of the stuff we make in this hot shop. Also, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that cup down on the center bench. Thank you, everyone. I know that we have quite a few new people in here, so I'll just point out this box once again, the annealer. This slowly cools all of our pieces down for about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece of glass again until tomorrow. And I know that that is our lunch, so that means we'll be back at about 2:05. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. But if anyone has any final questions, feel free to ask me, and we'll see you in about an hour. And welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who's joined in. Today we have 3 Hot Shop team members who are going to be working on some store items specifically. And earlier we were making some pineapple pitchers, so I assume we'll be continuing those. And the reason that they're called pineapple pitchers is because we're using a pineapple mold to get these little air bubbles throughout the entire piece. So you'll see this process start over on the left bench, where we will apply our colored glass. And while they're getting started on that, I'll give you a little overview of the Hot Shop, just in case you've never been in one before. Oh, and before I get started, I want to point out I have closed captioning on the screen, and this helps out quite a bit. I know it's pretty echoey in here, and we also use these large flamethrower-like torches, so this will definitely be loud. But anyways, over on the left side of the Hot Shop, I'll point out one of our glass furnaces. Those are the tanks with the closed doors specifically. These hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and they stay at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They run at that temperature 24/7. We always want to make sure that that mixture is really hot and completely molten all the way through. And then we have our reheating furnaces. These run between 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And of course, those are the ones with the open faces. So each time we go inside of these, we're just trying to heat up the glass and make it malleable and kind of workable again. All of our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And up on the screen, we're seeing the coloring process of the glass. I wish I had an example as to what it looks like when we very first start, but we have something called color bar, which is, as it sounds, a bar of colored glass. We'll take a section of it, melt it down on the end of our pipe, and then we'll drop this on top of a clear bubble like we just did there. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back, like you see up on the screen, until it covers up that clear. This gives us an even layer of color across the piece, just like the snowman heads on the front pedestal right here. And next we let this sit and cool down. We're going to gather another layer of clear over top of this color. This is mostly just to build up mass for the piece more than anything else. So we're going inside of the glass furnace again. And this is the pipe cooler that we have a view of. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. Cools it pretty rapidly. And right after getting a layer of clear on the end of our pipe, we have to use our block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is going to smooth out that fresh layer, and it's going to help the bubble blow out evenly from inside of all this glass. And yes, once again, we still do have that small bubble inside underneath that color. We just can't quite see it right now. And now that we've blown this bubble out just a little bit, we're going to shape it into a long and kind of narrow shape. And this is supposed to be around the same size, same shape as the mold that we'll be stuffing it into. And once again, we're going to be using the pineapple mold. And the best way I can describe this mold is it has all these inward-facing spikes inside of it. So when we stuff the glass in there, it's going to create all these little dimples across the surface of the piece. And then when we gather another layer of clear over top of those dimples, this traps a bunch of air bubbles inside of the glass, like that image on the right. So this is the pineapple mold. And this pineapple mold was also used to create our annual ornaments for this year, which we made about 500 of those. Well, the person who made them is Trenton Kyocho. He's over on that left bench working with the glass right now. So he's just heated up that bubble, and he's stuffing it inside of our pineapple mold. And just like last time, we're going to let this layer of glass cool down before getting our next layer of clear. And this next layer of clear, this is our last and final layer that we need. So we'll start to blow the piece out into a pitcher after that. Oh, and I know it keeps saying picture as if I'm taking a picture on the screen, but like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. Just to specify. So we've just gathered that layer of clear. You can already see those air bubbles trapped within the glass, but this will become more and more obvious as we blow the piece out as well. And we've moved to the center bench. This always tells me that we're starting to blow the piece out and turn it into its final form. We'll always start our projects on the side benches. And can we have a view of the center bench, please? Thanks. So right away, we're going to start blowing this bubble out. Whenever you see somebody with their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them blowing air into the pipe. And of course, this is kind of like a straw. That air just goes all the way through and into the glass. And this is why the closed captioning is nice, this loud torch that we're using. This torch does run about the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, so between 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch will heat up a section of glass at a time. It really helps us balance heat out or just focus on working on one area. And we were heating up this area kind of near the pipe in preparation for this right here. We're squeezing in a jack line using the jacks. This jack line, this divot, is where we will break the piece off of the pipe in a little bit. So to stretch the glass out, most commonly you'll see the artist hang the glass down towards the floor like they did way earlier at the bench. But sometimes to stretch it even faster, they'll swing it or even do a 360 spin. And that's creating centrifugal force, kind of an outward pulling force, and it's just stretching that glass out even faster. So now we have a little bit of a longer shape. So now we've focused a lot of heat just on the very bottom of the piece, and this allows us to flatten the bottom using a wooden paddle. We're still keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, which is forcing the glass into a nice crisp corner. So just like that, we have finished the lower half of our piece. And I think this is a really good time to show off some of these artists' individual artworks. This is something I've been doing throughout the day today, just making sure that you guys can see what they're capable of, because they do help visiting artists pretty frequently when they come through. They make a lot of store items, kind of like we are right now, but they do create their own individual works as professional artists. So let's start off with Ben's slideshow, please. And Ben is the one who is sitting down at the center bench right here. His name is Benjamin Cobb. And I've gotten to see him make his work a couple of times, but not very commonly. Yeah, could I have Ben's work up on the screen, please? Hey, could I have Ben's work up on the screen, please? Right, so that process you saw at the center bench, we attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece, and then we broke the piece off from its original pipe. This is a really important step in the process. It basically flips the orientation of the piece, as you saw. So now we can start working on the upper half of our pitcher. So pretty soon here, we're just heating up that front half right around the opening. We'll be able to go in and start opening it up. And we will soon prepare a handle to attach to the side of the pitcher as well. So to start opening this up, we first go in with some tweezers. We're pulling more than we are pinching just at the opening of the piece. And this is to get rid of some excess thickness. That area where the glass is connected to the blowpipe is just a little bit thick. Then we go in with a pair of shears and cut all of that excess glass off. So very quickly, we were able to flare this piece open to its full size. So the shape of the pitcher overall is not going to change very much from here, but we will be adding a handle to the side of the piece, and then of course we will have to create the spout on the opposite side of the handle, and then this piece will be pretty much done. And yeah, once again, these are really popular store items. They do frequently make them in the hot shop because they fly off the shelves. And yeah, if you want to check them out, they should be in the Museum of Glass store. So they're just keeping the body of the pitcher warm at the center bench while that handle was prepared. And the handle is a single clear glass bubble that has been elongated. They'll attach it to the lower half of the pitcher first before stretching it out into the length they want it and cutting it off of the pipe. And this completely seals that bubble. Now they just take this upper portion, twist it, and attach it to the upper half of our pitcher. And this second connection is a little cold, so they usually go in with a torch and apply some extra heat. I know, they make everything look super easy, but they all are very experienced glass artists. And we've just started to heat up the lip opposite side of the handle. And all we have to do from here is just push that lip outward to create our spout. And we're using a little piece of copper tubing to do this. And now at this point, we're completely done with our pitcher. We're just getting ready to break it off of the pipe and put it away. All of our store items we try to stamp with the Museum of Glass logo, so when we break it off, we'll superheat a small spot on the bottom, stamp it, and then the piece is finished. And to break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe in that connection. And then we tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece cleanly off. And there we have it. We'll just torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we are officially done with that pitcher. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that pitcher. Thank you. So that big black box, that is the annealer. And we'll put all of our pieces of glass that we've made throughout the day inside of that box, just one by one. It's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at the end of the day, we'll press a button and slowly cool everything for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces of glass again until tomorrow. I know that sounds like a long time, right? But it's actually a shorter cycle. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes to cool, and we can definitely get thicker glass than that. But yeah, that was our first pitcher. I want to highlight another artist before you guys hop out of here. We have 3 artists on the floor in total. I've already shown off Ben's work. So next, let's show off Trenton's work, Trenton Kyocho. He's the other one at kind of the center bench next to Ben. And we could just pop up his work on the screen now as I talk about him a little bit. But if he looks familiar to you all, it's because he was on Netflix show Blown Away, Season 3. And that is always just really fun to mention. And if you don't know what that show is, if you're enjoying what you see, it's a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. And they have 3 seasons at least, if not 4. I can't remember exactly how many. And he's the one who made our annual ornaments. Though they are all sold out, which is insane. But we have so many other ornaments and items available in the Museum of Glass store for y'all. Yeah, since Trent is a local artist, you will see him pretty frequently here at the Museum of Glass. And also just to mention in general, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And it can be questions about the artist or about the glass or just anything glass related in general. So we don't make the colored glass in this hot shop or in many, any hot shops, but we get them shipped in, and we get them shipped in the form of color bar, which is a solid bar of color. But the colors themselves, they come from different metals and minerals that are mixed into the glass. So just to give you a couple of examples that are more common, some antiquing glasses, one of them is a cobalt blue that's coming from a form of literal cobalt. And then a more popular one as well, ruby red glass, that is actually coming from gold chloride, which is why it's so expensive, is because it's a form of gold going into the glass to get that pinkish reddish color. So those are just a couple of good examples, but there's so many different mixtures that they use to get so many different colors. So the way that we blew glass during COVID was we had our own personal tubes that we would use to blow for ourselves into the end of the pipe. So we weren't physically putting our mouths on the end of the pipe. We were instead attaching a hose all the way to the end, which led to our mouths, and then a mask on top of that as well. It was an interesting setup, but it worked. And there are so many different people who use those tubes beforehand even, just to not have that extra assistant that you need to blow and just kind of work on your own instead. Yeah, so I just got a question about the material of the pipe, and I get questions about the materials of our tools and the pipes and things like that in the hot shop pretty frequently, so I'm answering it on my mic. But the pipes are made out of stainless steel, such as the tables are and all of our tools are as well. And surprisingly, steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat, I've been told. So the heat will only travel maybe about this far down the pipe. And whenever we are going inside of the glass furnace, especially if the glass is pretty low, it's like all the way down here, then we have to stick the pipe pretty far in there, and the heat does travel up the pipe in that case. So that's why we have our pipe coolers, and those really help us handle the pipe closer to the glass again. But yeah, everything's just made out of stainless steel, and you can actually see the gradient on the pipe from where it's completely black on the very end where the glass is attached all the way to where it's silver where you have your hands. And we just avoid kind of that dark area. So we're at that point again where we are getting ready to blow this bubble of glass into our pineapple mold. And for anyone recently that's joined, we're making some pineapple pitchers, which These are for the Museum of Glass store, and they're called pineapple pitchers because we're using a pineapple mold. And this mold has all these inward-facing spikes that kind of push into the surface of the glass and create all these little dimples. So that's what Trent is about to do over on that left bench. So there are so many different ways to get different colors and patterns in glass. It's almost infinite, kind of like there are infinite ways to create art in general. But to get something like stripes in a piece of glass or any patterns that come from lines, we use something called cane, which this is a close enough example of cane, which are sticks of colored glass. And we'll take these sticks of cane and we'll lay them side by side on a tray, whether it's a steel tray or a piece of kiln shelf, and we'll heat it up lightly inside of the furnace. And then we'll roll a bubble of glass over top of them to pick them up all the way around the side of the bubble. Or sometimes we just pick them right up on the end of the pipe and kind of create a cylinder of cane on the end, and then just close the end of the cylinder off to create a bubble. There's so many different ways to do it. And then from there, you can twist that design, and you can get spirals of lines. You can zigzag it, and you can have all sorts of interesting loopy designs out of cane. And so this is a really popular way to work with glass. And the way that they create cane is of course, they build up all the color and layers of clear on the end of the pipe, and then they attach a second pipe and just stretch them between the two. And it's a really satisfying process. It's kind of like pulling taffy. So we've just gathered our last layer of clear. And once again, you can see this has trapped all those little air bubbles inside of those dimples that were created by our mold. Yeah, so that's just another pipe cooler over there. Yeah, we're still continuing to use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. These are usually carved out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood, by the way, and they are constantly kept saturated in water in these buckets. Even when we're not planning to use them like at all in general, we will keep them in water. And we've just started to blow this piece of glass out. And once again, Ben is kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out by using this stack of newspapers. I would say having 3 people on a glass blowing team is relatively average, almost a little bit on the lower amount of people that you need. Because sometimes you have a piece that's really complicated and you need multiple components to come together at once, such as these pieces right here. These, they made the hat separately and they made the snowman head separately, and so they have to have someone bring this hat over and they have to have the head made at the same time. So sometimes you'll have pretty big teams of people. It's really hard to blow glass with just yourself, I guess. I would say 3 or 4 is pretty average though. Yeah. And the person who sits at the bench, by the way, they're called the gaffer. And you could kind of consider them the glass blowing team leader, and they tell everyone around them what to do. So the biggest piece of glass I've seen blown in here was an 80-pound bell jar. And a bell jar is like a glass dome that they use to cover an object. So kind of like a display. But yeah, 80 pounds of glass. And it was so heavy that it broke the head off of one of the pipes that they were using. Obviously, we have bigger pipes than this if we need them, but it was one of the big ones. And it still broke right at the weld. And then they attempted it 3 times. It broke twice, and then the 3rd attempt they did succeed. But they had a team of 3 men lifting it at any point in time, just because it was so heavy. They had 2 people just at the front where the piece is, like over here, supporting a bar underneath it, and then they had a 3rd person in the back, kind of guiding and directing. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, big pieces like that tend to be commission pieces, so that was a commission piece. We had another large commission piece down here relatively recently that was a giant martini glass, and that had, gosh, there were like 11 people working on the floor. They were working on olives over on the right bench. They were making the martini glass itself at the center bench. It was a big day. Yeah, so of course we focused a lot of the heat just on the lower half of the piece and flattened the bottom with a wooden paddle. And just like that, the lower half of our pitcher is done. So they'll work on kind of balancing the heat out for the piece at the center bench, heating up the back end of the piece where it's connected to the pipe. And in the meantime, over on the left, Trent is preparing a punty, which is another pipe with just a little clear glass on the end as an attachment point. We'll attach this to the center of the bottom of our piece and then break it off of its original pipe, so the one it's on right now. I know a lot of you guys saw this earlier, but just in case any newcomers didn't see it. And right here, Ben is using a piece of broken glass to mark into the bottom of the piece. This just kind of gives him a target when he adds the second pipe. And to break the piece off from its original pipe, they apply a little bit of water, which cracks the glass, enough for them to tap it off. And right now, Ben is not trying to open the piece up quite yet. He's just centering the piece to the pipe on the bottom before they move on. And right here, they have to heat up the glass quite a bit, kind of build up that heat again. So I have a little bit of time to show off one more person's artwork. I've shown off Ben's, I've shown off Trent's, and now I'll show off Sayuri's. And Sayuri is the one who's working over on the left. And she was actually in here last night for our fireside event. It was like a holiday night that we had. And she was making some pieces at the center bench, one of which is sketched out on the floor behind me, actually. Yeah, she's a skilled glass artist as well, just like everyone who works on this floor. At the center bench, we're just trimming off the opening of the piece really quick. All right, back to the center bench. We have basically finished flaring this piece of glass open. And while they keep this piece warm at the center bench, over on the left, Sayuri is preparing a small clear glass bubble which will be brought over and then attached to the side of our piece as a handle for the pitcher. And this is attached to the lower half of our pitcher first. And then they stretch it up into the handle's full size. And just like that, we have created our handle. We're heating up that second connection point, just making sure that it's not going to pop off at any point. So we heated up a small section of the lip and pushed it outward to create our spout, and that finishes off the pitcher. Now we just get ready to break it off and put it away. So we're getting pretty close. And yeah, just to mention, this entire piece of glass looks pretty solid right now, right? It's not even glowing anymore, but the glass is still just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is why it's so important not to touch scraps on the floor in the hot shop. Something looks cold in the hot shop, just don't trust it. You don't know. So we applied a little bit of water just at the very end of the pipe, tapped the pipe and popped it off. We'll heat the bottom just at the very center and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo to completely finish the piece off. And just like that, this pitcher is done. So we'll carry it over to be put away. And yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that pitcher. Thank you. Yeah, so this is the annealer. I'm not sure if it'll spell it correctly on the screen. It's kind of a roll of the dice. But this box stays at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it slowly cools the glass overnight for about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow, that's for sure. Yeah, so we are just continuing to make these pineapple pitchers throughout the day today. So if you missed the beginning of the process, this is going to kind of loop back around. You'll see how we get the color and how we get those little air bubbles throughout the piece as well. And just a reminder for those who remain, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to let me know. So once again, we're going to see them start with the coloring process over on that left bench. And once again, we don't make the colored glass ourselves. Instead, we get it shipped in a solid bar form, which then we just attach that bar to the end of our pipe using a little bit of clear glass as glue, and then we melt that color bar completely down. And that's our glass furnace, by the way, that Trent just came out of. So we have a giant ceramic crucible in there filled with molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it stays at that temperature 24/7, so that glass is always the same temperature and the same consistency all the way throughout. And up on the screen we have a view of our left bench where we are working with a little bit of color at this moment. And these are all just different transparent colors. I'm not sure which one they're doing when, but we're kind of just cycling through a rainbow of different transparent colors. Yeah, and just to let everyone know, we'll always start our projects on the side benches for some reason, but then once we have all the glass and the color and the pattern that we need, we sit down and we work at the center bench and fully blow it out and turn it into our picture. So we're just starting it over on that left bench. But you can see we sectioned off that color, melted it down, and just now dropped it on top of that clear bubble. We'll next go through the process of heating this color up a few times and then just slowly push and roll that color back until it completely covers up that clear bubble. Oh, and the name of this process, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. There are many different ways to color glass though. In one example that I luckily have on hand, it's my water glass right here. It has all these spots of color, and this is coming from frit, which are shards of color, kind of like sand that you roll the clear glass inside of to pick up. So gives you a very obvious kind of speckled appearance, but this one gives you a really smooth layer. So we've successfully rolled that color back at this point, and Trent's just reinflating that bubble a little bit inside of that glass. And eventually we will gather another layer of clear over top of this, mostly just to build up some mass for the piece. Now, if anyone's curious, that bucket by the furnace that Trent just dumped a little bit of glass into, that is a clear glass only bucket. So eventually we'll be able to crush it up and throw it back into the clear glass furnace and just melt it back down, completely reusing that clear glass. So we've just blown this bubble out a little bit, and we're shaping it using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. I know, it sounds like an odd tool, but it's very commonly used. And it's basically as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. It kind of contours to the shape of our hand. And the shape of the bubble, we wanted it to be kind of long and tapered and a little bit thin. This allows it to fit perfectly inside of the pineapple mold that we'll be using. And once again, the pineapple mold has all these inward-facing spikes, so we just have to make sure it fits in there just right and that we have just the right amount of heat. Otherwise, our glass can get stuck inside of the mold and we can't pull it out. Then we just have to crush it apart and clean the mold out to the best of our abilities. So Trent is stuffing that bubble into the mold now. He gives it a little puff of air before coming right back out. So after letting that glass cool down, we'll gather one more layer of clear over top, and this is going to trap air inside of all those little dimples formed by that mold. So this is how we get all the air bubbles inside of our pineapple pitchers. So no, surprisingly, the different furnaces, they all run about the same temperatures. We just have multiple on usually to work at multiple places at the same time. Like later, we'll have the body of the pitcher made, but we'll also need to make a handle at the same time. So we'll be using two furnaces at the same time. Usually we don't need all three. Like that third one over there is not on at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure why they do that, where they start the bubbles on the side benches and then bring it to the center, but it's just something that they always have done. So all of the furnaces run off of natural gas, but the torches, some of them, they run off of propane and oxygen. And then our annealers, the boxes throughout the room, those have heating coils through them. So we have three different fuel sources or energy sources in the hot shop. So we've just started blowing this bubble out at the center bench. And we're going in and using this torch. These torches run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, but we're heating up a section of glass at a time. This is to focus more heat to one area, whether that area is a little cold or whether that's just the one area we want to be working on. And in this case, we were heating up the area near the pipe in preparation for creating the jack line. The jack line is this divot that they're creating right at this moment. It's where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And we always do it before we even finish the shape of the piece in general. Yeah, yeah. I figured they were swinging it around because I was watching you guys. I wasn't watching them, and you went, ooh. But yeah, we'll swing it to create centrifugal force and just pull the glass out further, lengthen it a little bit more. But it is kind of a fancy move. And we've just now started to flatten the bottom of our piece using a wooden paddle. We're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece to force that glass into a crisp corner on the bottom, which you can already see forming. And now that we've flattened the bottom of the piece, we're getting another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, getting it ready, and we'll bring it over and attach it to the center of the bottom of our piece. We're marking the bottom of the piece with a small shard of broken glass. This gives Ben a little bit of a target to hit, and he brings this other pipe over. So we've just attached that pipe right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And to break the piece off, we apply some water to that divot, the jack line, and then tap the pipe. And that pops the piece right off. So the whole point of attaching that pipe and removing it from its original pipe, this is to flip the orientation of the piece and just get access to the other side. So now we can start working on the top half of our pitcher. And we just went in and we trimmed off some excess glass. That area of the piece is always a little bit thick when it comes off the pipe, so we always trim that extra off. And now we'll open it up just like we normally would, going inside of the piece and flaring it open a little bit. Yeah, just like that, we've pretty much flared our pitcher open. It won't be opened at very much more than this. And pretty soon we'll start preparing another bubble of clear glass to create our handle. And I haven't really talked much about the handles today, but yeah, they are completely hollow handles that we attach to the sides of these pieces, which means that they are a little bit lighter overall and a little bit better balanced instead of just having some solid glass on the side of the piece. So we've just brought that bubble over. We'll attach this to the lower half of the pitcher first, then stretch the handle to its full length. And just like that, we have created our overall handle. We're heating up this second connection because it was much colder than our first connection. We want to make sure that it doesn't pop off. They'll probably do a little bit of shaping with the handle, and then eventually they will move on to creating the spout for the pitcher, and then our pitcher will be done. And yeah, once again, since these are Museum of Glass store items, you guys can see these up close and in person in the store if you'd like to check them out. It's always really satisfying to see something made and then to go be able to see the finished product. And now we'll just heat up a small section of the lip opposite of the handle. Yeah, now that this picture is finished, we break it off by applying a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe. And when we tap the pipe, that piece pops right off. And we'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that completely finishes this piece off. And this is going to be placed in the annealer on the far right wall, which will slowly cool it down overnight. Yeah, this box is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. And you can see all the other ones we made in there today as well. But yeah, those will stay nice and warm in there at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll press a button and cool everything for about 12 hours. So welcome into the Hot Shop to those who recently joined. Today we have a few of our Hot Shop team members who are making some store items. And these are specifically turning out to be pineapple pitchers. And they're called pineapple pitchers because we're using a pineapple mold to create these little air bubbles throughout the piece. So using this mold creates all these individual little divots across the entire surface of the piece. And so when we go ahead and gather over top of those divots, it traps little air bubbles inside of them. So we'll gather one more layer of clear, and then we'll move this to the center bench where we will fully blow this out and turn it into our pitcher. Yeah, I know, I keep saying picture. I'm sure you noticed that, right? Yeah. I don't know why. The closed captioning doesn't understand what a pitcher is, like a water pitcher. And we just dropped a little bit of that clear glass inside of a bucket. This is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. And anything that goes inside of that bucket is all clear glass, so we will eventually crush that all up and throw it back in, completely reusing that glass. And for those who just joined in, once again, we're making some pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are Museum of Glass store items. They are really popular, and so we are continuing to make more of them in the Hot Shop. We've been making these since probably about 11 this morning. So the first thing we do when we gather a layer of clear is we sit down and we use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is to help the bubble blow out evenly from within all of this glass. You just can't see that bubble underneath that layer of color, but it is within there. And this is when we'll start to blow the pitcher up. And to guide which way this bubble is blowing out, Ben is using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And I know everyone is always a little bit surprised by that tool choice, but it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And next we're going and creating the jack line, which is this divot near the pipe. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from this point later on. And next we focused most of the heat just on the very bottom. We'll flatten this with a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, which pushes the glass into a crisp corner. So we're just keeping this pitcher warm overall. We're heating up the area that's a little colder with that torch. And then we apply kind of an overall heat using the furnace to that hole. And we're bringing over a punty. Punty is a second pipe that will attach to the piece in order to break it off of its original pipe. This is attached right to the center of the bottom. And then we go in with a little bit of water and apply this to our jack line, which you might remember is that divot in the glass. And just like that, we have broken our piece off of its original pipe. And now we can go in and start opening this up and then eventually create our handle and finish off with a spout. Now the glass is still overall pretty cold right now, but while that connection at the end of the pipe is still hot, Ben is just making sure that the pipe is absolutely centered to the bottom of the piece. Now with all this heat that we have built up in the front of the piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers. He's pulling more than he's pinching right here. He's just trying to stretch out this area of the glass near the opening. And then this excess glass is trimmed off. And for those who just joined in, this blown piece has already come pretty far, but it's going to end up being a pitcher, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And this is going into the Museum of Glass store. We're continuing to make store items throughout the day today. Also, we're just keeping this piece of the center bench warm, while over on the left, a small clear bubble is prepared and brought over to be the handle for the pitcher. So this bubble is blown out and then lengthened a little bit. And this is attached to the lower half of our pitcher first, and lengthened into the full size, and then we will twist it and attach it to the upper half of the pitcher. And as you can tell, this second connection is a lot colder, so we'll go in with a small handheld torch and heat up this connection a little bit more, making sure it's extra secure. And now we just have one more major step to do, and that is creating the spout for our pitcher, opposite of the handle, of course. We're doing a little shaping up of the handle using this piece of copper tubing. So after heating up just a very small section of the lip, we push it outward to create our spout, and that pitcher is basically done. And now we'll go through the process of getting it ready to break off of the pipe. And this always includes torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And once we see that movement, we know it's safe to apply water to crack it off and break it off completely. And to break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe and tap the pipe to pop it off. We're torching the bottom to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo right in the center, and then that finishes our picture off. And this is going inside of the annealer over on the right side of the hot shop, by the way, that large black box where it will slowly cool down for about 12 hours. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that box sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We continue to load it throughout the day, and then we press a button and it's programmed to cool for a certain amount of time. This prevents thermal shock. So yeah, we've just been continuing to make these pineapple pictures throughout the day today. And these are store items, so if you want to see them yourselves, you can go into the store and check them out. And we're always starting with the coloring process, color application. And feel free to ask me any questions if you do have any. It could just be about anything glass in general. So the pineapple pitcher is called a pineapple pitcher because we use a pineapple mold. And the mold basically just has all these inward facing spikes that push into the glass and create these little dimples across the surface. And could I have the pineapple mold image up on the screen, please? Yeah, perfect. So just to show you what it looks like on the inside. And I guess it kind of looks like the texture of a pineapple inside that mold, huh? But yeah, so that's what we'll be using. We'll be getting all these little air bubbles inside of our piece of glass, and these are really popular in the store, so we're trying to make as many as we can today. So we only make one picture at a time, but they only take about 30 minutes or so to make. So we've been able to make plenty so far today. We also made some of these cool glasses earlier this morning as well, which I'm not sure what they're going to be used for, honestly. They might just be for fun or for practice, but yeah. So up on the screen we have a view of our left bench. And the coloring process we'll see is called a color drop or a color overlay. We'll be using a solid piece of colored glass. We'll melt it down and then drop it on top of a clear bubble. Then kind of spread that color over top, which creates an even layer of color across the entire surface of the piece. And this is a really common way to color glass, so you can apply this knowledge to any piece that you see that has a solid color, such as the head of the snowman right here and the black top hat for the snowman, versus something called frit, which are shards of colored glass, to create something like this, kind of a speckled layer of color across the piece. So the store's open till 5. Yeah, just like the museum itself. I think the cafe is also going by the same hours. Wow, this is an incredible view of our color overlay process. So that was just pure molten colored glass that we dropped on top, and we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up that clear. Oh, and if you're curious, the different colors come from different metals and minerals and oxides mixed into the glass. And you could just kind of think of different oxides, like rust is iron oxide, oxidized iron, and that creates kind of a reddish color. And copper, when it oxidizes, turns like a bluish green. And we use both of those to our advantage to create different colors in the glass. And many, many others as well that I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, the cold metal tables throughout the hot shop are definitely cold. You can see Sayuri touching one on the screen right here. And these are called marvers. Sometimes we will use them to purposefully cool the glass. And this helps us blow the bubble out in a certain direction and keep a certain amount of thickness. But in this case, we're just using it to shape the glass in general. It really depends on what we're making. These pieces that we've been making today are all really thin and kind of small and light. So we're using hardly any glass. A piece of glass might be literally just a pound to 5 pounds. If one piece takes 30 minutes, you could have about 12 pieces in a day, 12 pounds of glass. Really not a lot. But sometimes we'll make insanely huge pieces in the hot shop whenever we have visiting artists or if we have commissioned pieces. And then we will use pounds and pounds of glass and have to refill the furnace. So the pitcher only takes about 30 minutes total, and we are already be 5 to 10 minutes in. After we gather this layer of clear, we will blow it out a little bit, shape it a little bit, and then we'll stuff it inside of the pineapple mold that I mentioned earlier. And then after that, we only have one more layer of clear in general before we blow it out and turn it into the pitcher. Once we have all the material, the longest part of the process is over, and then we start picking up the pace, I guess I could say. Yeah, the only reason this part takes so long is because we have to let the previous layers cool down before we get a new layer of glass. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, you won't miss out. So for those who just joined in, we're working on making some pineapple pitchers, as I was just telling some people in the audience. And the only reason these are called pineapple pitchers is because we are using a pineapple mold, which has all these inward-facing spikes. And this is going to give us little air bubbles throughout the entire piece. That's what stands out about these pineapple pitchers. So we've done a little bit of shaping, we've heated up the glass, and we're now stuffing it inside of the pineapple mold. We give it a little puff of air, and then immediately come out. So now we have all of these little dimples across the surface of the piece. That's what those inward spikes are doing to the glass. And you can see this pretty well up on the screen. Now we have to let this cool a little bit before we can gather our next layer of clear over top. And this next layer of clear, once again, is going to be our final layer, which then we just start blowing out our picture. Yeah, so for those who just joined in, we're continuing to make our pineapple pitchers for the store. And we've just stuffed this glass into the pineapple mold, giving us those little dimples across the surface of the piece. And we are getting ready to gather our last layer of clear for this piece, which then we'll start blowing it out. And for those who haven't seen it yet, this is our glass furnace. It's a giant ceramic crucible inside of there holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've heated this up one more time, and we're continuing to use our block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is to kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass, and it makes the bubble blow out very evenly inside of all of this glass. And now we can start to blow this out. So whenever you see somebody's mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them pushing air through and into the glass, which expands it like a balloon. As they blow this glass out more and more, we should be able to see the color better. So this is a transparent color of some kind. I can't even tell what it is right now because the glass is glowing so hot that it's emitting light and heat at the same time, kind of like lava. Yeah, now we're able to go in and create the jack line. And the jack line is basically a divot that is near the pipe. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from this divot later on. And when we hang the glass down towards the floor, we're stretching the glass out using gravity. And we do this very frequently for any tall shape, such as a cup or a vase. And we're flattening the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle. And this basically finishes off the lower half of our piece. And then to work on the upper half of our piece, finish off the top of the pitcher, we'll have to attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece and then break it off of this pipe. This just gives us access to the other side. Now that we've blown this out quite a bit and it's started to cool down, we can see the color a lot better. And it's a little hard to tell still. It looks like maybe it's a light pink or a light peach or a light orange of some kind, somewhere in that gradient. Oh wait, maybe it's even a light gray. Maybe it's just the light reflecting out of it. So we've just attached that second pipe right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And to break the piece off from its original pipe, we just go in with a little bit of water onto the jack line and then tap the pipe. And that knocks the piece right off. So now we can start working on opening the pitcher up all the way, and eventually we'll bring over a handle and create the spout as a final touch. So we're getting pretty close to finishing this piece off. Now with that remaining heat, Ben goes in with a pair of tweezers. He's pulling more than he is pinching right here. He's just trying to stretch out the glass in this area around the opening. And then we go in with some shears and trim that thick glass off. This is also when, if we made the piece a little bit too tall, we would just trim off a little bit of height as well. So now we'll go in and we'll open this up to its full size. So the pipes and the tools and the tables and everything, they're all made out of stainless steel. And apparently it's a pretty poor conductor of heat, so the heat will only travel about like this far down the pipe, surprisingly. Yeah, and you can actually see kind of the gradient in color on the pipe. It's really silver on the end and where we handle it. And then as we get closer to the glass, it becomes gray and then finally black. And this is the area that we avoid touching. That's kind of like the danger zone. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Right now we're working on making some pineapple pitchers, and these are called pineapple pitchers because we use a pineapple mold to get these little air bubbles throughout the piece. And we're already pretty far along. We're just finishing off the shape of the body, and then we'll attach our handle and then finally finish it off with the spout. And at this moment, we're just trying to keep this piece warm at the center bench. And by warm, I mean just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that might be pretty hot to us, but for glass, it is just barely good enough. It is not going to melt at this temperature. It's just going to prevent thermal shock. And then over on that left bench, Trent is preparing a small bubble of clear glass. And this will be brought over and attached to the side of our piece to create the handle. So this is a completely hollow handle. So we just brought that bubble over. We're attaching it to the lower half of the pitcher first. We stretch it to its full length, and then it will cut that handle off, sealing off that bubble. Then we'll simply twist this handle up and attach it to the upper half of our pitcher. They'll usually torch this second connection just to make sure that it's really secure because it's a little bit of a cold connection. We'll do a little bit of shaping up with this piece of copper tubing. And once they're happy with that, they will start heating up just a small section of the lip opposite of the handle to create our spout. So at this point, we'll start getting ready to break the piece off and put it away, which means we'll be torching this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe till we see some movement in that connection. And then we will apply a little bit of water just to the very end of the pipe, cracking that connection enough to pop it off. And after we pop this piece off, we'll torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, since this is a museum store item. And that completely finishes the piece off. And when we put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer on the right wall. Now, our annealers will hold the pieces of glass at a pretty warm temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, they slowly cool everything inside of them for about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow.